Oh, start over? Wonderful. Good morning, and thank you for attending today, the first of three of our semifinalists for the Southern University and A&M College Chancellor. Before we begin, I'd like to do just some housekeeping, take care of some housekeeping matters. One, in addition to the audience that is here today, this is being live streamed for our constituents, faculty, staff, administrators, public community partners that are unable to be here today. Additionally, we will have, for the ones streaming, they will see the QR code right now, but we have the QR code posted in various places here within the room, and it will be posted again shortly for anyone right now in the corner where you can complete a survey after Dr. McFadden's interview, and we will take this information and provide it to the president in his deliberations for his recommendation to the board at the March board meeting. The format of today will be welcome by the committee. Then we will give Dr. McFadden an opportunity to introduce himself, and then he will do a 10-minute presentation on his vision for Southern University and A&M College, followed by question and answers, and then an opportunity for closing remarks. At this time, Dr. Hines, would you want to introduce the committee, or however you'd like?
I'm fine here.
Okay.
Thank you, Attorney Blanche. I would like to introduce the search committee members. Matter of fact, I think everyone should introduce themselves. And I can start with myself. I am Dr. Hines. I am the chair of the search committee. We welcome you to our campus, Dr. McFadden. I'll start from my left.
Good morning again, Dr. McFadden, and welcome to our campus. I am Dawn Kite, Dean of our university libraries.
Good morning. I'm Zhu Ning, Professor of Urban Forestry, Environment, and Natural Resources. Welcome.
Good morning, Dr. McFadden. My name is Matthew Valer. I'm a CEO of Care South Community Health Centers locally, and also a Southern graduate.
Good morning. I am Catrice Chisley. I'm a Human Resources Supervisor here on the Baton Rouge campus.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Tony, President of the Staff Senate.
Thank you, committee. Without further ado, Dr. McFadden, I'll give you an opportunity to introduce yourself and begin your presentation. Is it working? Okay, absolutely.
Well, good morning, everyone. And to those who are in person, and certainly to those who are watching online, I am absolutely overjoyed and thankful for the opportunity to be here with you today. And thank you, Attorney Blanche, for the introduction. I tell you, I've been shaking in my boots, but I've also been praying about our presentation and our time together, and had a wonderful opportunity to come on campus yesterday and incognito, if you will, walk around the campus to see the beautiful campus that we have, as well as view some of the history that this institution has. And I'm very thankful for the search committee allowing me an opportunity to come and share with you today. And I hope that I'll be able to let you in on a bit about me and the work that we've done, as well as our vision, or our collective vision, for Southern University Baton Rouge. I know once in a public institution, once a candidate is announced, folks start looking on Facebook and Googling and reaching out to people and to find out as much as they can about the candidate. But I certainly hope to give you an inside look of who I am and how my connection to Southern University would be not only beneficial for me, but certainly in support of this great institution. So the first thing I'd love to talk about is who indeed is Dr. McFadden. I want to tell you that I am a third generation educator. It started with my grandmother and each of my parents that I'll explain in just a little bit. This is a picture of my family. My children are a little older than that now, and they don't like that photo, but that's the one that I love, and I told them that's the one that I'm keeping. But we have Catherine, who's a dancer. She's 16. Jerome, who's now 15. He's our basketball player, and my wife and I have been married for 27 years. The lady over to the top is my grandmother. She had the greatest influence on me. When my parents were teenage parents, she took me in when my father went to school at FAMU, and she helped to raise me, and she was the greatest influence in my life. Indeed, the second photo is that of my father, Joe McFadden. He passed away suddenly in 2020, but once he returned back from FAMU, back home in Tampa, he indeed became my greatest hero, and I'm so thankful for him. And there are two photos at the bottom. The one to my far left is my birth mother, Carol. I was born on her 16th birthday. And an interesting fact about me, both my birth mother, my bonus mother, and my birthday are all on the same day. How my father did that, I have no idea. But the picture closest to me is that of my bonus mother, Evelyn McFadden. Each of those persons that you see in those photos are educators. And so even though I had a path that I wanted to explore, indeed, it brought me back to education. And so I started my educational career as a substitute third grade teacher. And I quickly realized that teaching young people perhaps was not my bag. And so later on, I went back to begin my studies at FAMU, at Florida State University, and earned my Ph.D. But I started my first assignment as instructor of sociology at Florida A&M University. My first administrative assignment was as Dean of Behavioral and Social Sciences at Bristol Community College. That's where I got my feet wet with academic administration. I had about 21 faculty members and 101 adjuncts. And then my first cabinet experience was as Chief Student Affairs Officer, Vice President of Student Affairs at Norwalk Community College. There we had about 10,000 students, and delved into politics, if you will, for a little bit when I served as an elected school board member in Springfield, Massachusetts, a school district of about 26,000 students. At that time, we unseated a 12-year incumbent, and I ran on the platform that I had skin in the game. My own children were a part of the educational system because most of the students were Black and brown students, and I felt they needed a proponent and advocate for them. I served as a charter school leader, so I do have experience in K through 12 when we start talking about partnerships. Served as executive director and superintendent of a charter school, Dr. Martin Luther King Charter School of Excellence in Springfield, Massachusetts. And my wife and I have been business owners of two businesses. First, several years back, we owned two franchise sandwich shops, and I soon realized that making sandwiches was not going to be my future. And then when we moved to Houston, we were able to purchase a Huntington Learning Center that SAT, ACT prep, and tutorial programs for students. And so that's just a little bit about my background. One of my favorite quotes is education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world, by Nelson Mandela. And I believe that that had been ingrained in me in my life. And so I began my educational pursuits at Bethune-Cookman University. It was college at the time. I earned my Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology. At the Interdenominational Theological Center, I had a plan to go to law school, and then the Lord redirected my course, and I went to seminary in Atlanta, and then ultimately ended my educational pursuits at Florida State University in family and child sciences. I want to talk a little bit about leadership philosophy. Leadership is a privilege, and it is an honor, but it is also a tremendous responsibility. A leader is someone who listens well, can effectively motivate and inspire, and provides a team with a thoughtful vision and strategic direction. A leader is one who leads by example and empowers their followers. As you'll see in the box, there are a number of adjectives that we could use as it relates to what we think a leader is or what qualities they should have. But I believe some of the qualities that I possess and I try to espouse are those of being a collaborative leader. I understand that we don't make decisions in a vacuum, but in order for us to move an institution forward, there must be partnerships, there must be collaborations, also transformational. It is my hope and desire that when I leave an institution, that I leave it better than I found it, that we're motivational in how we approach our leadership, even in making some of the hard and difficult decisions. Communicative. I believe in communicating. I never want my boss, the president of the system, or the board of supervisors, or even faculty and staff to be caught off guard by a decision that is made or a choice that's been made. We got to communicate and communicate effectively. I believe in being ethical. The person that you see in public is this person that will be seen in private as well. I believe in integrity and try to lead by example. And I believe that one has to be a mentor. Not only be a mentor, but be mentored. I also have my own coach, my own personal mentor, and that keeps me fresh. It keeps me ethical and a person of integrity, and certainly civic minded. I believe in being engaged in the community, partnering with community organizations, Greek fraternity, civic organizations, those types of things to help support the institution and our leadership. So when we talk about one SUBR, I'd like to talk about some of the things that I believe as values for us as an institution. I develop meaningful relationships and collaborate for mutual success. How I've done that in the past, particularly with our one-stop shop when I was serving at Norwalk Community College, we had a highway or a road that ran right through our campuses. So we had an east and a west campus. And when it came to certain student services that our students needed, they had to go to one campus and then come across the street to the other campus. And so we developed one-stop shops, if you will, on both of our campuses. And we had a representative from the registrar's office, from financial aid office, the advising office, in each of those one-stop shops so that we might serve our students better and provide the answers and the resources that they needed. Additionally, we developed something called the Extended Tea Days, Tuesdays and Thursdays. And being one institution, we had a number of students who would come and take evening classes, but when they came to the campus, all of the student services offices and business offices were closed. And so we decided to be creative in scheduling, and we had open hours in the evenings on Tuesdays and Thursdays for students who had night classes so that we could serve our students better. I believe in being student focused. I support and prepare each student to succeed in college and in life. I believe that this is the beginning of a journey for many of our students, and we've got to provide them the support that they need, the services that they need so they can be successful at the institution, but also make sure that they're prepared for life. I remember when I worked at FAMU, one of the great examples that we would always see is Dr. Sybil Mobley, the late Dr. Sybil Mobley, who was over the School of Business and Industry. And on certain days, she made sure that students came to campus dressed in professional attire, how they're going to dress when they go out into the world. My wife worked in the professional development academic area at FAMU to help students communicate effectively, how to present effectively. And that's what we want to do to make sure that when they leave here, that they're representing not only themselves well, but Southern University well. I talked a little bit about mentoring. This is an event that I did at Lone Star College in last year, talking about paving the way, the role and effectiveness of mentoring. And certainly the classes that we afford our students must be pathways into other resources and other academic pursuits. And so I've had experience in those types of guided pathway courses. Own it. And what do I mean by own it? I bring the best of my challenges and contributions, and we rise above those challenges as well as opportunities. The example that I give is a school board education and election. Indeed, I was an unknown candidate in Springfield, Massachusetts, but made the decision to get myself involved because I felt the students needed to see a representative like me. And because of my educational experience, I had the opportunity to provide leadership and experience to that board. I served as chair of the governance committee as well as co-chair of the budget and finance committee of a $421 million budget. But also, I believe, as I mentioned about partnerships, I developed a partnership with Springfield Technical Community College for our students in the Springfield Public Schools, that they would have automatic admission into the college that would begin their academic pursuits. And they could then go on perhaps to the University of Massachusetts or Amherst College or American International College. I advance equity and diversity, to create an equitable environment. I've had the opportunity to open a multicultural center and a veteran center at the colleges at which I've worked. And I think sometimes we often overlook our students who are veterans because from an economic perspective, We believe that they already come with resources that would help advance the institution, particularly since we're an enrollment-driven institution, that we overlook our veterans. But I saw yesterday as I perused the campus, there is a veterans area for our students. And so that was a step in the right direction for this great institution. But also, I want to talk a little bit about recruitment. Often when we talk about the recruitment, and certainly that is important, but we want to get as many students as we can. But I think what the challenge has been, as I read here at Southern University, is not only recruiting our students, but retaining our students. And often we do a great job getting our students enrolled, but we don't sometimes provide those services to make sure that we keep our students, retain them, and move them on toward completion. And I believe that that's where we need to focus on. And one of the things that I would be working on as Chancellor here at Southern is to make sure that we're putting those support services in place, that our students are being retained and they move on toward completion and our graduation rates are increased. Cultivating community. I cultivate a community of trust and integrity through transparent dialogue and purposeful actions. As Dean at Bristol Community College, we did a partnership with University of Massachusetts because we recognize that we as institutions cannot do it alone. Certainly being a part of a system at Southern University, we must collaborate and partner with our other campus locations. And as a dean at Smith, we provided our students opportunities for civic engagement, because we believe that preparing our students professionally also means preparing them to be civically engaged. My grandmother used to tell me all the time that the service that you give to a community is the rent you pay for the space that you occupy. So service has to be a part of who we are, even as an institution. And I choose learning. One of the things I like to do is to teach and to educate folks, but I also love to be taught, and I love to learn, and I love to grow, as well as create opportunities for myself and others. There's a 223 program that I started at Bristol Community College that is still in operation, where students could come to Bristol Community College. They could earn their associate's degree in paralegal studies, or legal studies, or criminal justice. And if they maintained a C average, they would be automatically enrolled in the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth, so that they could obtain their bachelor's degree. And then again, if they maintained at least a C average, they would then go on to the University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth Law School. In a period of 7 years, they would have earned an associate's, bachelor's, and their Juris Doctorate. Those are the types of partnerships and experiences that I would bring to the institution. And of course, I mentioned earlier the Huntington Learning Center, preparing students even before they go into college or graduate school, is something that we espouse and have done. I shudder to say exactly what my vision is for the institution, because I don't think one can have a vision without having come to the institution, toured the campus, met with individuals. And a part of me coming as your new chancellor would be sitting down, having fireside chats, hearing the hearts of people, understanding what moves and motivates this institution, seeing what some of your priorities are. But I'm hopeful that some of the things that I have up here will be things that indeed we will tackle. I mentioned earlier about moving our students from just being enrolled to retaining them, moving them from first to second year. As I read the institution's quality enhancement plan, that's one of the things that we want to focus on, making sure, again, that we're retaining our students and moving them on to completion. I'd love to promote research opportunities and professional development for faculty and staff. Being a research institution, is important for us to do research and to be a part of research, and to always be fresh in the work that we do. That's where professional development comes in. I think that we have to be an institution where we're always refining ourselves, promoting ourselves, and we do that through professional development opportunities. Advancing fiscal integrity and accountability. Folks want to know where their money is being spent. They want to know how their money is being spent. They want to see how their money is being spent. And we want to show that we're a people of integrity, as well as budgeting as best we can to support our faculty, staff, and certainly students. Expanding our community engagement and community impact, reaching out to our community, partnering with our K-12 system, partnering with our legislators, partnering with our local officials, partnering with our churches, because I think that's what helps to build a robust institution, and I'm prepared, because of my history, to do that. And then lastly, become laser focused on customer service. I sat in on the Board of Supervisors meeting, January meeting, and one of the things that I kept hearing about was customer service. We need to be better customer service advocates and customer service friendly. And trust me, I know sometimes we deal with students who get on the last good nerve we've got left, but I'm here to tell you that I believe in good customer service and providing that to our product, our students. And I take a personal approach to that. I remember when I was a student at Bethune-Cookman, I'd gone to financial aid information. And the lady in financial aid spoke to me so nastily and so rudely. And I remember even 30 years ago leaving financial aid saying that if I'm ever in a higher education position, I will make sure that no one gets talked to the way this lady talked to me. And I remember that about 30 years ago. And so I believe in making sure that we're respectful, making sure that we give the best that we've got, and make sure that we have a focus on customer service. The last thing I'll mention before we take some questions is what I understand as the urgent need for colleges and universities is to prioritize innovative education, both to remain relevant in a changing economy and to give students flexible and interdisciplinary mindsets needed for the future of society. And in order for us to do that, it requires a mindset that transcends any lack of resources. No, we don't have any money. However, it does require a spirit of imagination as well as resourcefulness. This is what I believe I can do in the role of Chancellor at Southern University. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to answering questions that you have, looking forward to being a part of this community and to help Southern University continue to be the institution that we're proud of and that we know here in Baton Rouge. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today and to present, and I'm ready for questions.
Thank you, Dr. McFadden, uh, for addressing the Jaguar community this morning. I will start to our left and take we get questions from the commissioners. Um,
Thank you for the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Southern University and A&M College has such a rich history. As you know, our campus is the flagship campus of the only in the United States. What are ways you would build Southern's marketing brand? Let's talk about branding.
Let me tell you, branding is absolutely important, particularly in this day and time. One of the things that I was talking to one of the staff members this morning during breakfast is making sure we have, I know they have system level positions that perhaps have worked both for the system and for campus. And I'd like to have a specific person, if we're able, working as our director of communications, marketing, and branding, making sure that everyone is aware of the logo, the symbolism that we use, and put it on everything, making sure that it's matching. But I think a part of our marketing and branding is being out and engaged in the community as well. I want folks to know that when they hear Southern University, they know what we stand for, who we are as an institution, and what our successes are as an institution. When I went through the library yesterday, Dr. Kite, I was able to view the founders of the university, and as a side note, was very surprised to see that Dr. Joseph Clark received an honorary doctorate from Arkansas Baptist College in 1921. But even at that early stage of the institution, they understood that in order for us to market effectively and to communicate effectively about who we were, we had to have a product and we needed to produce. Because if you don't have anything to show for your work, then you don't have anything to market or advertise or to promote. But I believe that we have those products here. I believe that we have a jewel of an institution. Of course, even watching the news last night, we saw that the human jukebox on the way to Las Vegas. I believe we build upon that. And to even know that they turned down being in the Super Bowl because of a previous commitment, that shows you the engagement and the level of support that our institution receives, even musically. And so I want to build upon that, and I want to develop relationships by way of folks who have already connected relationships in the community and develop my personal relationships with them for the benefit of the institution.
Could you uh, share with us your strategy on empowering faculty, engaging them in cultivating academic excellence at Southern University?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. One of the joys that I have is I started as an academic, started as a professor, ventured, if you will, into student affairs. And as I mentioned in our virtual interviews, so often we separate the two houses of our institution. I think in order to provide students a holistic experience, we must make sure that student affairs and academic affairs are working cohesively and together. But having been a faculty member, I know what faculty members like. I know what they pursue. I know they're passionate about um, educational, academic freedom, but also holding faculty accountable to produce excellence in their classrooms, providing our faculty the support that they need by way of resources, professional development, as I mentioned, and money for research opportunities. Making sure that our faculty feel valued, because often we will talk about our students and we'll talk about student organizations, such as I mentioned, the Human Jukebox, but we fail to often recognize that if we did not have persons to teach our students and to teach with excellence, then again, we would not be the Southern University that we are. And so I want faculty to know that they have a voice, also that there is, I believe in shared governance. And as I mentioned in our virtual interview, that shared governance with that comes shared responsibility. That we have to govern effectively, have an input and engagement in the governance of our institution, particularly on an academic side, but we also must have the responsibility and accountability of being the best professors and instructors that we can be for our students.
Thank you, Dr. McFadden. My question is, if selected to become our next chancellor, what would be the top three things that you would address in the first 90 to 180 days that you
Thank you, Dr. Hines. As I mentioned, I would love to have the opportunity to conduct what we call the fireside chats, to meet with our departments, our divisions, our schools and colleges to find out what their priorities are, to find out what they're feeling on campus. And my desire, number one, would be to get to know the campus community, to understand the heartbeat of the community, to understand what makes this university move forward. That would be the first thing. And then having an opportunity to meet with our faculty, to find out what their priorities are, to find out what I would need to support and to advance as chancellor of this institution. I would meet with the students to find out what some of their concerns are, and to see if we can address those as well as with our staff. And so I want to make sure that we have met our goals as far as it relates to SAC, to make sure that everything needs to be in place in regards to our accreditation is intact. Accreditation is intact. I would also want to make sure that we have some level of community engagement, relying on persons who are already community advocates and activists in our community to meet those persons that will help support the work of Southern University. And then certainly I would want to make sure that the money that has been allocated for our campus is appropriately appropriated, so that we can address some of those challenge areas that we need to. So, in terms of priority, meeting with our folks, getting to learn the heartbeat of our campus, finding out what some of our priorities are, determining if there are any staff vacancies that we need to address to make sure that we're fully staffed to support our institution, and certainly becoming even more engaged in our local community. Yes, sir.
Based on what you understand thus far, what is limiting the Southern University student retention?
And I say this, Brother Matt, without um, knowing exactly what has been done to training students. But I remember when I was at Florida A&M University, I was a part of a grant, a $2 million grant that we wrote at FAMU that specialized, focused rather, on student retention, particularly the first year students from rural areas. And so one of the things that we found out in our study before we wrote the grant is that we need peer mentors. We need support for those first year students, particularly those who are first generation students. And I think that's where some of our challenges are, according to the Quality Enhancement Plan. Um, when students come to an institution, particularly as a first generation student, they're walking about campus not knowing exactly who to see, who to talk to, where to get support, and having peer mentors and academic advising to assist those students to ensure that they're moving from one course to another, they're being successful in their courses, having what we call an early alert system to make sure that if students are struggling in a class, that we address those struggles to ensure that they are academically prepared come back the following semester. We also have done in the past something called a summer bridge. Even after a first year, we used to do it prior to students coming to our campus for the first time, summer bridge from high school to the college campus. But we also found that having a second summer bridge, particularly connecting with those students who've already been on campus, having a connection from them from the first year into the second year has proven to be successful. And I think those are some of the areas that I would focus on to help increase retention. And certainly, it's not just for retention, as I mentioned earlier. We'll make sure that we get them on to graduation and completion.
Good morning again, Dr. McFadden.
Morning.
Your presentation mentioned a mindset that transcends any lack of resources, requiring a spirit of imagination and resourcefulness. With that in mind, what experiences have you had in strategic and operational planning, both successful and unsuccessful, particularly associated with limited resources? And to what extent do you think your experiences might be applied to Southern University?
Thank you for that. I tell you, perhaps my most recent experience at Arkansas Baptist College I would address regarding strategic planning. When I arrived on campus, I was faced with the task of leading a team through the reaffirmation process with our higher learning commission on accreditation. And we were able to get through the working together of campus constituents and colleagues, we were able to get the college reaffirmed for 10 years without any findings. The first time that that's happened in the 140-year history of our institution. Um, we also gained an what is it, an annual $150,000 grant for mental health services for our students. And we opened up a comprehensive health clinic on campus that was able to service both our students as well as the community. Those are things that I would tout as being indeed successful. However, there are some things that we did not accomplish that we had on the agenda to accomplish. Part of refurbishing and redesigning our campus community, our residence halls, redesigning our academic and student affairs organization. And I won't necessarily say that we were unsuccessful in doing that. We just did not have the time or the people or money resources to make that happen. But it goes back to, as you mentioned, about a mind that transcends any lack of resources. I always challenge, particularly my cabinet members at Arkansas Baptist College, as well as our faculty and staff, if you had the money to make the changes or uh, the visionary ideas that you have at the institution, what would you do? And people would run off a number of things that they would love to see happen at the institution. And then I would ask the question, how can we make some of this happen without resources or without the amount of resources that we're looking for? And then you start to understand and start to hear people come up with all kinds of creative ideas that whereby we can still accomplish the goal even without having all the money that we want. Now, the money is good, but still, how can we accomplish the goal? I think once we sit down and determine what some of those visionary ideas are, we perhaps can see there's some things that we can accomplish without having the resources. And ultimately, through strategic planning and operational management, we'll be eventually able to have the money that we're looking for to supplement what we have dreamed and envisioned.
Good morning again. I'm going to go back to 2 points you mentioned on the vision slide.
Yes, ma'am.
You spoke of an unfortunate experience
Yes, ma'am.
with financial aid, and it also you can go back
Is it one more?
no, on your vision.
Yeah.
Yep. So bullet 2 and that last one is of major importance too. Is given those challenges that you have and your desire for laser focus customer service. Please describe your experience in successfully engaging staff, and what strategies would you utilize to increase the pride, participation, and improve the customer service of staff?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. One of the things that I believe that I believe is important for us um, to do in this role of chancellor. And people will say, the chancellor is busy, doing the work of the institution, that he or she may not have the opportunity to be visible on campus. And now, having been a president, I believe that you make the time to be visible on campus, show your level of support for your faculty and staff. Getting to know people, developing relationships is very important, and making sure that we know that they have a seat at the table. I love to tell people, and this is true, that faculty and staff may not always agree on final decisions that have been made by the chancellor or the president, but certainly they've had an opportunity to have a seat at the table, to offer input, to offer their engagement, and I believe that they respect decisions that are made. One of the things that we started doing at Arkansas Baptist College was we spoke life and we spoke greatness at Arkansas Baptist College. So when someone answers the phone, you reach the great Arkansas Baptist College. How can we help you? And we exemplify great customer service. Um, you know, uh, I don't believe in asking people, as I mentioned earlier, to do things that I myself am not willing to do. And so I have to be a great example of what I want the institution to become. Um, not to be standoffish, not to feel as if a person is not important or a student issue is not important, the faculty issue is not important. Those are the things that are that 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 move my blood, if you will, because I believe in being a people person, addressing issues at hand, and certainly making sure that I'm leading the institution in an effective and creative way. My president at Bethune Cookman University, the late Dr. Oswald Brown, used to say, he said, when I come into the doors of my office every day, he said, I don't just immediately begin working on the college issues. He said, I kneel down at my desk and I say that this is not only the desk upon which I work, but it's the altar upon which I pray. And I learned that even working at Arkansas Baptist College, that's what I did every morning when I walked in my office. I said, Lord, whatever decision that it is I have to make as it relates to faculty, as it relates to staff issues, as it relates to our students, and even the community, help me to make the best decision for this institution, even when I don't understand it, even when I'm fearful of what the challenges may be. Help me to make the best decisions for this institution. And I believe from that we glean examples of customer service and opportunities that come before us that help to advance the institution. And so I'm hopeful that we'll have the opportunity to do that here at Southern University of Baton
Our mission states that we provide a global education experience. So, what is your experience with providing international exposure for students and faculty on your campus?
Absolutely. I developed a mindset when I was working at Smith College, an all women's college in Massachusetts. Um, I developed the mindset because the institution had already begun working with our students in international education. I said, if every student at college or university has the opportunity to travel abroad and study abroad, I think that they should. And in particular, I worked with the sophomore and junior students who, in those years, would travel internationally to study either for 6 months to a year. And we helped train our students in the culture of the place that they were going, but also in learning the culture of the institution as an offshoot of Smith College. And we prepared our students with 2 to 3 months worth of training, prepared them academically, prepared them financially, and ensured that they had an opportunity to be successful in the other country in which we were studying. And so I believe that if we have opportunities for our students to study abroad in whatever field that they've chosen, that indeed the institution should support that, should develop partnerships with academic institutions abroad to make that happen. And then I think we will see a more global minded student at Southern University. And so I've had that experience doing that, and I would love to bring that to this.
Thank you. Um, Can you tell us how we'll handle crisis, for example, campus-wide crisis, emergencies, public relation issues, and how do you communicate with the stakeholders and media during those crises?
You know, I will tell you that I have the uncanny ability when many of my direct reports or colleagues are challenged as it relates to, or they're challenged as it relates to crisis. I have the uncanny ability to remain calm, and certainly not being overly religious, but I believe that there's no need to fret about a whole bunch of stuff when indeed things are in control in the hands of the Lord. But I will tell you, I believe that if we have an opportunity to respond accordingly, I would not make decisions solely by myself. I would bring our team to the table to address as quickly as we're able the issue or the crisis. What's the best way to handle it? And I'll give this example, Doc, that when I was a school board member, of course, I was younger and energetic, and I wanted to change the world. And one of the political leaders in Massachusetts is now Calvin. When someone brings you, a constituent brings you an issue, never just jump on their bandwagon. He says, research the issue and make sure that what they're telling you is accurate. But of course, I did listen. And when a parent came to me and told me that the principal was uh, uh, looking at her child differently, or there was a racist principle or something of that nature, I went to the school and I want to find out what's going on with the student, what's going on that this parent feels that her child is being isolated. Long story short, she never did tell me that she kept the child out of school like 90 to 100 days and never really had a reason. She just kept the child at home. And you can imagine that I was embarrassed to the point where I did not find out all of the facts before making a decision or taking action. And I learned from that, find out as much as you can before addressing a crisis, find out as much as you can before addressing an issue. Get your team involved with those folks who may have a different way of handling certain things, and to communicate then effectively to the campus community. Let them know what's going on so that indeed no one is being caught off guard. At my most recent institution, we had an instance where a student accused one of our law enforcement officers of being inappropriate with them. And so it started getting around campus that indeed there had been a sexual assault on campus. And we had to address that as quickly as we could and really let staff and the community know that our first goal in addressing this issue is to make sure that everyone is safe, that we have a safe campus. And then we put in steps for reporting such behavior. And then we had our student support staff meet with different areas throughout the college to make sure that students knew that we were not closing the door on the incident, but we were addressing incidents to make sure that future things didn't happen in the future.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please share your perspective on the rise of mental health concerns within institution of higher education and some ways to address these needs for faculty, staff, and students here at Southern University.
Thank you, Dr. Hines. As I mentioned in our virtual interview, we are dealing in a day and time more than ever before of mental health challenges with students, even faculty and staff. And I think, when we came back from the COVID experience, we really just tried to get back into the swing of things without addressing the impact of COVID and having been away from an institution for a short period of time, or students working at home and not having the camaraderie that they had on campus. And so I really do believe that we must develop and create spaces for mental health um, assistance, making sure that we have a mental health counseling office on campus. As I mentioned, I was at Arkansas Baptist College, we were able to get a annual grant from Blue Cross Blue Shield, $150,000, very big for our institution at the time. But get dollars to help open up a mental health counseling center, having a mental health person on our campus to address challenges with students, and it was available and open to faculty and staff. Um, and making sure, even in mental health, addressing mental health, that we understand that our goal is to keep everyone safe as well. I've had faculty who've come to me and said that they were afraid of some of the experiences that they had in the classrooms as a result of students in mental health crises. And so we've got to also train our faculty and staff how to address or to respond to mental health crises so that it doesn't go to a level that is unsafe for all. So I would seek, if we do not have that already, I would seek mental health counseling services on our campus and to be very communicative about them being available because sometimes we have them on campus and many of the students, faculty, and staff don't partake in it because they don't know it. And so we want to make sure that we always highlight that we have those services available for our campus. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, well, of course, funding is always key for our athletic program. Um, Someone asked right before I came about professional football. They asked, what team do I cheer for football? And I said, well, as long as I'm here, it'll be the New Orleans Saints, even though that very well may not be my team, and I won't say who my team is. But I will say that having been an athlete as well, I believe in being having successful student athletes, and I want to make sure that our students are successful on the field, or on the baseball diamond, on the track and field, as much as they are in the classroom, or vice versa, and providing that level of support financially, showing up to our sporting events, raising money with the boosters of our sports programs, and highlighting that you can be a successful athlete as well as a successful student at Southern University. As I toured the campus yesterday, my unofficial tour, I went to the Tony Clayton Championship Plaza and I looked at each of the folks that were have plaques on the plaza. And I was just amazed to know that Southern has a history of so many athletes who came through this institution who either went on to professional ball or coaching or something of that nature. And I believe that we have to highlight that to say that you can also become successful after being a Southern University Jaguar. And so, that's a part of the life and blood of who I am. And I think that falls into the same vein of supporting the human jukebox. I believe that we have to support those things that are successful at our institution. And certainly I'm ready to cheer on blue and gold.
Dr. McFadden, I don't know how familiar you are with Louisiana State Civil Service System, but this population of employees are primarily our lowest paid employees. Lowest paid because of the pay scales for the state, as well as the financial position of the university. So, what innovative ways would you implement to improve recruitment and retention for that population of employees?
Man, that's a good question. You know, and almost every human resources director has asked me a similar question because I think we often forget our civil service employees. Um, and I would want to work with President Hughes to see if we can get more resources for the hiring of civil service employees, and not only hire additional ones, but make sure that the pay is equitable for those employees as well. I think sometimes the reason we have high turnover in those areas, or even we don't get the best quality of candidates, is because of what we pay and even how we treat our civil service employees. We got to make it attractive, and I think you only, every they say that money doesn't answer all things, but it sure does answer a lot. And I think certainly if we're able to recruit the best and the brightest, even in the civil service capacity, then we'll be able to get the best employees and we'll get the best service out of those employees. When I walked around campus yesterday, the people who spoke to me more readily than anybody else, it was those persons who were working on campus, the maintenance folks, security folks. I even went through the security track on the other side of campus going to the intramural intramural activities center, and the young lady was about to take my license, and she asked, what I was on campus. I said, "Oh, I just want to ride around." And she said, "Well, are you an alum?" I said, "No, I'm not an alum." She said, "Well, what are you here for?" I said, "I have an interview tomorrow." And she said, "Oh, really? For what position?" I said, "Chancellor." She said, "Oh, shucks now." She said, "I'm a new employee myself. Come on and join in this community." And I said, "Well, listen, I hope to see you again if things turn out well." But that's just an example of the type of relations that we've got to have with our employees and letting them know that they're just as valuable as anybody else. My grandmother always told me, uh, always get to know the people in maintenance and the secretaries and the assistants, because often those are the folks who really know what's going on and give you the information about campus, and you appreciate the work that they do. So I want to support anything that we can do to advance equity, as well as getting the best and brightest in those positions.
Dr. McFadden, Carlton Jones, President of Southern Alumni Federation. We talked earlier about how passionate Southern's alumni are. You got over 100,000 alumni out there roaming, looking to see the campus increase in all aspects of everything. But what strategies are you going to implement to, number one, to bring that community together, and then number two, help them open up their hearts and their wallets for Southern University?
You're talking my kind of language, Brother Jones. Let me tell you, um, as a very proud alum of Bethune-Cookman University, um, I've served on a national office within our organization, and I know the value of being a part of the Alumni Federation Association. And I think that it's unfortunate that many of our institutions now are getting to the place where they don't want any connection with alumni affairs or alumni federation or association. But I believe that alumni are really our first line ambassadors, that you're the ones, alumni are the ones who lead the institution and they represent Southern University, preferably in the best light. I think that they're the ones that would encourage future students to come to the institution. And so the way that I would be engaged with alumni is I want to meet with the Federation. I want to meet with the alumni chapters. I want to hear about some of their experiences, because even though the times are changing, we need to find out what made students proud at Southern University, what made alumni get engaged at the institution, what did they miss at the institution, perhaps that they want to see done at the institution, and then sharing what our collective vision is and trying to gain their support. Now, I'm a Baptist preacher, and I have no problem asking for an offering and passing the plate. But you have to have a vision or an opportunity for folks to invest in, for them to feel that they're engaged in and have alumni representation, um, both in on the board and with our governance at the university. And so I believe a part of my strategy and my role as chancellor is to meet the alumni, hear their hearts and their voices, and keep them engaged in the life of Southern University.
Dr. McFadden, thank you so much. I will say we had one student ask a question
Yes.
that they posted online. Their question is, as a current student, it feels like there is a lack of administrative presence on campus. What's your viewpoint on building interpersonal relationships with students? I think you've kind of hit on it, but I'll give you an opportunity to do it again.
No, I appreciate that, and thank you, student, for answering that question. One of the things that I'm most proud of, when I recently resigned from Arkansas Baptist College, um, they had a newspaper article of some students on campus as well as some alumni, and both of them uh, both mentioned that they had started petitions to try to get me to come back to the institution. And I asked the Student Government Association president, I said, why do you all want me to come back? And the young lady said, in the 3 years that I've been here, she said, you were the most engaged president with the students that we'd ever seen. You would come to campus events, you would sit down and chat with us, have lunch in the cafeteria, be engaged with us. And she said, that's what we need at Arkansas Baptist College. And I recognize that at every institution that I've served, that even as I've been an academic or um, an administrative role or in an executive role, I want to be visible and I want to be present. I want to engage students. I want to know that they have the heart of the administrator, and I want to hear what their challenges are, so that we can effectively make a difference. I think too often, and I know I say this perhaps with the risk of being disliked by this comment, I do think that often in our roles as chancellor and president, vice chancellor, we make decisions at the top for our students without ever asking the student or finding out from the students what some of their needs and challenges are. And I think to effectively support students and address them, now, sometimes they'll have what we might consider to be some crazy, far fetched ideas, but at least to hear their hearts so that we can best address what their concerns are to fully support. So I'm looking forward to being on campus, organizing my day and my week to be visible on campus, particularly by the Alpha Tree, having some engagement with our faculty, staff, and students on campus. I certainly, again, want to thank the committee, Dr. Hines as chair, and others who have really made this day possible. I hope that I have answered questions succinctly and accurately, and certainly I'm available to answer additional questions that one might have. I think my experience having attended an HBCU, having worked at an HBCU, another land grant institution, FAMU, and been in administrative roles, I believe has prepared me to serve the capacity of chancellor at Southern University. I'm excited about having the opportunity to meet with President Shields to find out what his vision is and how we can move this campus forward. And I hope indeed that you'll allow me to come back to be the next chancellor of Southern University. Thank you so very much for this great opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. McFadden. And I will just say, we've had a lot of questions being posed by members here and also online, and we've tried to do our best to try to, on the fly, include them. So we appreciate your time, and we'll continue on your tour for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you so much. Don't forget, I would just remind everybody, to the extent the QR codes are posted on the back of the door. For those that are streaming, the QR code is in the top right of your corner. And we encourage everybody to submit the surveys for President Shields to consider. Thank you.
Did you ask him if he wanted to?
Are we ready? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you for coming on behalf of the search committee for the next Chancellor of Southern University and A&M College. Um, I will help coordinate efforts for this. And to just remind you, if you, or inform you for the first time, if you missed the first interview, there's a QR code that you can find posted in the back of the room. And if you're online, it's in the top right corner of the screen. We encourage you to um, use the QR codes where you can put your survey for each of the semifinalists. If you missed one of their interviews, you can go back on YouTube and look at it and provide your response. All of those will be calculated and compiled for the president to make the consideration and recommendation to the board at the March board meeting. Um, I would also ask you, if you haven't already, please make sure your phone is silenced. Uh, Again, this is live stream for our constituents who are unable to be here, and then for anyone who is unable to participate this time. The setting will be, we'll give an opportunity for the committee to make introductions, and then give John Pierre, our second semifinalist, an opportunity to make his introduction, followed by a 10-minute presentation, and then we'll go straight into question and answers. And then provide opportunity for Mr. Pierre to do closing remarks. At this time, I will turn it over to the chair of the committee, Dr. Hines.
Thank you. Welcome to this process, Mr. Pierre. So happy to Reva Hines, uh, Chair of the Search Committee and also the Chair of the Ph.D. Program in Public Policy and the Director of Graduate Research. I would like for members to introduce themselves to our candidate.
Oswald Devon, faculty. Good afternoon, good evening. I'm Professor of Urban Forestry, Environment, and Natural Resources.
Good afternoon, Matthew Valera, CEO of Care South and also co-chair of the committee.
Good afternoon, Catrice Chisley, Human Resources Supervisor.
Good afternoon, Carlton Jones, National President, Southern University Alumni Federation.
Greetings and welcome, Dawn Kite, Dean of our University Library.
Good afternoon, Rodney Kirchner, the Deputy Athletic Director.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tony, Director of Advancement for the College of Sciences and Engineering and President of the Staff Senate.
Good afternoon. I'm so happy to be here this afternoon with you. I want to thank the members of the committee and all of those that are here, those who are viewing this live stream, for your interest in this particular search process, because it's a very important search process to become whoever is successful, Chancellor of Southern University and A&M College. Let me begin by just telling you a little bit about myself. I'm a Louisiana-born kid. I was born in Laurelville, Louisiana, a small farming community, southwest Louisiana. It sits between St. Martin Parish and Iberia, New Iberia and St. Martin. I've lived right on the border of the two parishes. I'm the 13th child born to my mother and father who could neither read or write. And the fact that the 13th child of a man and a woman who could not read or write could even have this opportunity is an extraordinary opportunity. And it's a testament really to Southern University and A&M College because I earned my first degree in accounting from Southern University College in 1980. And it propelled me for opportunities in the world that I could not imagine. I was able to go to graduate school at Texas Tech University, at law school at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. I was able to serve as a JAG officer in the U.S. Army, and I've done wonderful things in the world of law, civil rights cases, and other cases. But more importantly, I've been able to be, I guess, a great faculty member and a contributor to the Southern University system, the Southern University Law Center, because that is the place that I have worked at for the last 30 plus years. And I really enjoy that experience. And I experienced the ability to have a transformative effect upon students. And when you look at Southern University and A&M College, Southern University and A&M College is a land grant institution which is engaged in transforming lives. That's the business we can't be in any other business. Because what we do on a daily basis is we provide hope and access to education for so many people who do not otherwise have those opportunities. It's an honor for me to be at this historic place. And the place is historic for lots of reasons. First of all, we stand on the land that was once the traditional hunting grounds of United Home Tribe. This property was once a place where enslaved people worked for free. And the bell that they rung every day sits in our library. And this is the place where the first explorers who named the city Baton Rouge, this is the place they saw. They saw the red stick on top on our landmass, and they made the mark Baton Rouge. So we stand at a historic place, and we're doing historic things as a historically Black college and university, which means that whoever is chosen to be the chancellor of the Southern University and A&M College has one of the most important jobs in America. It's an important position because of the legacy that has existed on this particular place. Southern University has been on this landmass for 110 years, and the history of Southern University goes back really to 1859 when the legislation was placed forward to create Southern University. So again, I really am humbled and I really feel honored that you are giving me this opportunity to succeed if you choose or if I'm chosen to be a chancellor of Southern University and A&M College. Thank you. So you want me to do, okay, yes. So the question we were asked to do relates to what's the vision in terms of Southern University and what's my vision? Well, first of all, I think that the vision for Southern University should be, and my vision should be, that we ought to be the premier institution that provides access and opportunities to students who want to matriculate through this process of higher education, whether it be students at the undergraduate level, graduate level, professional level, and we also provide K through 12 education or pre-K through 12 education. We ought to be the premier institution that provides access and opportunity. And how do we do that? First of all, we have to promote academic excellence. We have to believe that what we're doing in terms of an academic environment is providing an atmosphere where students can excel and be great in the world of academia. The second thing is we have to be an innovative institution. We have to think beyond the silos that exist. We have to think about beyond the boundaries because higher education and education itself is a very competitive environment. And so we have to be able to think about what is in the future. Not only do we have to prepare students for the jobs that we know about today, but we have to prepare them for jobs and careers that don't exist as of this day. So we always have to be thinking about the future while maintaining our foot in the current and understanding our history of the past so that we can again excel and be a transformative institution. We have to be a university. Now, what do I mean by a community university? We cannot act as if we are on this ivory tower place on the bluff and we don't affect the outside world. We're asked to be an economic driver in this community and across the state. And because we're a land grant institution, we have the ability to do so. We must remember that for many people, when Southern University was formed, it was formed to save a whole group of people who probably would not have had this opportunity had it not been for Southern University. Okay? And to borrow the words of the great Senator Alphonse Jackson, if Southern University had not been created, there would be a calling for it to be created. Okay? Today. So we play an important role, and it's an outsized role that many people cannot really begin to imagine. So think about what we do on a daily basis. And think about how we imagine what we do so that we remain relevant in the 21st century and to be leaders in the 21st century. Now, to have that vision, we've got to overcome lots of obstacles. And we've got to reimagine where we are. We've got to ask, why is this important? Let me give you 3 reasons why. One, if it's not for us, then who's going to educate more African American children to become leaders in this country? We have a significant role. We can't ignore the discrimination that exists in this country. And we have to thank our ancestors for having the wisdom, the vision, and the faith to believe, even when they were enslaved, they could create an institution that could produce higher learning at its core. Second is that we have to be able to produce leaders who can speak truth to power. If you don't understand how important leadership is in this country, look at what has happened over the last 8 years. Look at what we see today. We have a mission to really produce those leaders in the future. And third, we have an economic driver in this economy. We have to be able to recognize that we impact communities. We need to make communities around us better. We need to be able to help people with health. Look at the challenges we face today with respect to healthcare. Look at the challenges we face today with respect to educational access. So when we understand the why our roles are so very important, look at the challenges we face today with respect to freedoms that are being restricted. All those things are important reasons for us to excel. And so that vision of university in this world makes us more relevant than any time. There was once a journalist who wrote an article years ago, are HBCUs relevant in the 21st century? Are they necessary in the 21st century? HBCUs are needed more now in the 21st century than they've ever been needed before. And we have to recognize that we have to stand in our place and be the change agent that we are destined to be, that we're required to be. Because of Southern University, we are given much, and we have to give much in return. So those are very important reasons why we have to carry out the vision. What are some of the obstacles? We can talk about some of the obstacles. Some of the obstacles are with respect to the A&M campus, we need more housing. We've got to provide more housing for our students. The second thing is that we've got to care about retention. We've got to care about retention more than we've cared before. because that is an obstacle to success. We've got to care about how we get students to the end, to completion. Those are extremely important things. And then we've got to treat each other better. We've got to respect everybody, faculty, staff. There are no big I's and little U's, okay? Those are obstacles we have to deal with. We have to expand beyond the silos that we sometimes create because through our interdisciplinary approaches, to our ability to work across fields, we can find solutions to so many different issues that we face in America and in the world today. So those are some of the obstacles we face. You know, not always about money, although money would help. We've been told and we know that we've been underfunded over the last 30 years by 1.2 or $3 billion. So we've got to be able to figure out a way, how can we get those dollars? And how can we invest those dollars into Southern University so that we can be the best institution we can be? But despite those challenges, we are destined because of our faith, okay? Because of our fortitude and because of our resilience to be a great university in a great state, in a great nation. So that's really what we have to figure out what we must do. We have to have a vision for greatness. It requires us to deal with the challenges that we face day to day, but it also allows us to imagine what we can do when we each contribute to the success of the students that we see each and every day. And it doesn't matter whether that student comes from an underprivileged community versus it's not underprivileged, a small rural community versus a large urban area. It doesn't matter if the student has a 17 on the ACT versus a 27. We have to treat each and every student as if they are the prize everyone is searching for. And when we recognize that that is what we do on a day-to-day basis, we can have a great deal of success. So I thank you for allowing me to, and I know that a lot of you that have a lot of questions. I spent the morning lecturing to my students. I don't want to lecture to you, and I want to entertain your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pierre. We will now start with questions from the search committee members.
Good afternoon, Chancellor Pierre.
Yes, sir.
I am honored to ask you the very first question. And the first question to you is, what are some ways that you would encourage and empower faculty to create an enhanced academic culture at Southern University?
Well, one of the things I think we have to do is we have to invest more in faculty development. So one of the things we've been talking about is a professional development institute for faculty. Because, you know, we presume that faculty, for example, know how to teach well to students just because they have an advanced degree. But the art of teaching is different from knowing a subject and being able to be a strong person in a particular discipline. That's number one. Number two is we have to be committed to bring resources to faculty from wherever the resources come from. So one of the things that I'm really committed to is this, and I think I've exhibited it in the past and more recently in the last few months. There are a lot of external opportunities for our faculty to engage in research, fellowships, internships, etc. I think we have to encourage faculty to apply. We've encouraged faculty to apply, and faculty have been very successful. We have a lot of bright faculty members here on this campus. Maybe they're not acknowledged in ways that other places acknowledge them. But we have lots of faculty that are really go-getters. They just need to have a reason to want to do what they do. And if we can continue to do that, and we have to impress upon the faculty that they are a very core resource, a very important resource to the success of the university. So by encouraging faculty to pursue opportunities like Fulbright and research opportunities, fellowships, and always advocating for faculty to be paid more, because we know that our faculty are underpaid, and we always have to find out ways that we can help them get more resources. That's not the only answer, but it's a sense of how do we make them feel better. We have to pay attention to our faculty's well-being, health-wise, and all those different things. All those things make this place a great place. It makes this institution a great institution and makes being a faculty member a valued place in society.
Thank you. Would you please tell us your strategies on handling crises affecting universities, such as campus-wide emergencies, public relations related issues, and your strategy in communicating with the stakeholder medias during crisis?
Sure. Thank you very much. So I will tell you that every day you can almost have a crisis if you don't figure out how to make quick and make decisive decisions. And what do I mean by this? So many times we see a problem that if we nip it in the bud at the beginning, it won't become a crisis. So we know we have challenges, for example, with facilities. We know we have challenges with students. We know we have challenges with faculty. And a lot of time, those issues are ignored or not dealt with early enough. So what I try to do, and this is very, very integral to me, if I get an email, I will respond immediately. If nothing else to say, I got your email, I'm gonna look into the problem, we're gonna figure out a way to resolve your problem. A lot of times, that helps people to understand that, hey, you're trying to figure out a solution, you're not being ignored. In other situations, you have to make tough decisions right at the very, very moment. You have to jump into action because what tends to happen is sometimes we have a nice life in the academic world, but there are certain circumstances that can't wait for a collaboration. So you have to be able to make that decision. And if you recognize that in making a decision, you're taking a risk, you could be wrong, but by taking an action, you have been decisive and you figured out a way to deal with the problem that existed right then and there. Now, it's important to have a great team that communicates and everyone understands. So something could happen at a lower level, but it's not communicated up. So one of the things that I've always asked is this: something is happening, no matter how small it seems, please flow it up because there could be other implications that no one has thought about that we have to deal with. And so if we look at those particular problems, then we can figure out plans of action so we can anticipate. You know, when things like there's a leak in the pipe system and the water is off in the building, and that creates a really high sense of emergency, then we've got to figure out how we're going to deal with it, who we're going to call, how we're going to communicate it, how we're going to deal with it. And these are problems that exist everywhere. But I do think that what I have seen is that if it occurs at an HBCU or at a Southern, sometimes we're overly criticized for those problems. And it may not be fair, but that's the world we live in. And so we have to be reactive, but also proactive. In other words, we can react to things we don't know about, but if we can anticipate some things that are going to happen, then we can do some things in advance to say we can head off this particular problem and therefore plan and prepare for better outcomes than would normally occur.
Thank you. I just want to let you know and the audience know that the questions that we have here are questions that come from search committee members, the faculty, staff, students, and community at large. So we've tried to incorporate all of that in here. Having said that, you touched on this a while ago. Please share your perspective on the rise of mental health concerns within institutions of higher education, and some ways that you would address these needs if selected as chancellor for faculty, staff, and students of this.
Thank you for that question. The mental health issue has become more apparent to us, especially during COVID, because we had so much virtual learning. And so some of the things that we've used at the Law Center as an example, and that we've tried to encourage on Baton Rouge campus, is there are some virtual health, mental health services that folks can access. Everybody doesn't necessarily have to see a counselor one-on-one, but they need to be able to access some help. So there are services that are really related to virtual help. That's one aspect of it. We've been very fortunate that we've been able to beef up mental health counseling services on campus and to be able to provide beyond standard 8 to 5 kind of situation. That's just important. And then we have to incorporate what I call health and wellness days. So, for example, this spring semester, we're going to have 2 health and wellness days. The students on their own created a health and wellness day that they're going to start advertising about on February 27th. We met with them last week. And then the Law Center, as well as the Baton Rouge campus, is going to do one on April 13th, 2024. So if we take moments to pause and recognize that health and wellness is very important. Now, we traditionally in higher education focus health and wellness on students. But we also need to expand health and wellness to faculty and staff. People live in stressful lives. And COVID, I don't think most of us truly appreciate how much COVID has affected all of our mental health status. So that's extremely important. And we have to eliminate the shame that sometimes minority communities have about mental health services.
Mr. Pierre, selected as Chancellor, what do you have in your arsenal of desired accomplishments to engender goodwill in the community, particularly the business community? And please elaborate on opportunities for financial support, research, and grant opportunities from that community.
Certainly. Things that I think is extremely important is that from the business community standpoint, we've been able to not only at Southern University Law Center, University A&M, and the system, we've been able to engage organizations like the Minority Business Development Agency. So we have an MBDC that is designed to help create opportunities for minority businesses to access capital and to grow. We have a technology and entrepreneurship legal clinic, and we partner with the Small Business Development Center. The College of Business has a EDA. And now what we're trying to do is take all those resources to say that when we can provide those services to local communities, then we can help those business uh, persons who are small business owners to grow and develop. The other thing is that there's a big push for entrepreneurship. And so there are dollars available, for example, from PNC Bank, from Chase Bank, and other organizations that are helping colleges and universities be engines of entrepreneurship, starting with students, the small businesses in their particular arenas, in their communities. We're partnering with the mayor, Mayor Bloom, on some economic development entrepreneurship opportunities. So the opportunities keep developing as we keep showing ourselves to be ready. Now, the key is you got to take risk. You got to be able to say, we are able to do it. We've done some great things with LED, Louisiana Economic Development. We've done some things with the work. So when you yourself to be ready, this is part of what I call the community aspect. We have a model in law schools where we talk about legal clinics. So what we do is We reach out to the community and provide services all the time. We can do the same thing at Southern University and A&M College because we have all of the relevant disciplines to be a great university. We have nursing, allied health, we have engineering, we have business, we have the College of Science and Engineering, all those particular relevant areas. Because if we're doing research just for the sake of research, and we're not talking about research from the standpoint of impacting communities, then we're really not doing our.
Chancellor Pierre. As you are well aware, the civil service population of employees here at Southern University are primarily our lowest paid employees. So what would be some innovative strategies that would use to recruit, retain, and maybe even reward those employees?
Well, I will tell you that unfortunately, civil service, in my opinion, has not served many of our employees well. And that's just my opinion. So I'll tell you what I did at the law center. I talked to people who are in civil service, classified civil service, and we talked about, can we look at what your position is, and can we look at your skill set, and can we convert that to an unclassified position, and let's just see if we have more flexibility in determining what your pay will be. Now, there's always a fear. The fear is, well, job security. Well, we can't have people afraid of job security. If they're performing their work, then we have to reward them for the work that they're performing. However, if they're not performing work, and why is that important? Because everybody here impacts students. So we want to look at various ways. We want to advocate for dollars from the legislature. We want to find dollars from contracts and grants that we can pay the people who will do the work. And it requires extra work sometimes, but if they're willing to do it, that's fine. And we have to think about that classification system. That's a big challenge. I know, for example, many of our people who are custodial workers and work in plant, we need to figure out ways to get them higher wages. There's no doubt about it. Our people work very, very hard and they're very dedicated. We have to always think about ways to do that. Some of it is going to become evident if we can raise student enrollment. That helps us with self-generated funds. And then when we come and get those extra self-generated funds, we have to make a conscious attempt and a conscious we have to have a conscious realization that we need to pay the people at the lowest end of the rung well. We really do. We have to be committed. There are people that are underpaid in so many different areas, yet they're committed to the institution. And we have to make a conscious decision that this has got to be a priority. When we do that, when we do things like increase that student enrollment, when we think about diversifying our revenue stream, when we think about selectively saying to folks, you really want to be a classified employee when there's a better way, we got to help people beef up their skills so that they can be able to provide an avenue for better wages, salaries, and benefits.
Chancellor Pierre, you spoke about students and the importance of Southern University and the role it plays in matriculating them. When they graduate, they become alumni. How do you build a sense of community with your alumni and not only engage them to give their time and their hearts, but also their wallets and support a strategic plan that could get us through the next 4 to 7 years?
Well, the most important thing is we got to know who our alumni. I find that in too many cases, we don't know our alumni. And what do I mean by that? We don't have the ability to track our people as they matriculate through school. One of the things that I think I'm very proud of at the Law Center is I made it my business to know my law students. I know where they are, I know what they're doing. And so when they see me, see one of our folks, they're excited because they can bring us good news. So we really have to do more, stay in contact with them early. We can't just let them walk away and not know. Now, how do we do that? Can we do it from a centralized perspective? I think the better thing to do is to decentralize that. Who knows the students better than the deans and the chairs and the faculties of that college? So we have got to, from what I have seen, it's through the centralization. And one of the things that I kind of realized at the commencement in December was that I shouldn't be handing out diplomas to all these students. They know the students. So I just, on a whim, said, come on up. Give your student, and it made such a better feel for those students. So those are the people that are closest to those students. So what we've got to do is decentralize, for example, career services. Every college and department should have a career services officer who knows those students so that we can break down and we can catch on to those alums early. Because once they walk away from here and they go a long way, it's hard to get them back.
You shared the rich history and purpose of Southern University. We have a concerned supporter who wants to know what ways build Southern University's marketing and branding so that it is known nationally and internationally.
Well, one of the things we have to do is celebrate all accomplishments, small and large. Now, I've been very fortunate that I've had very good people who have worked at Southern University Law Center that does that. Jasmine Hunter does a great job. And so we subscribe to services that pick up anything that says Southern University Law Center alum. We push it out there on social media, and we really emphasize how important, because people want to see themselves being recognized for their success. So we have to invest money into the social media piece. Now, listen, I'm not a Facebook guy. I'm really not even a LinkedIn guy, but I let somebody manage my LinkedIn and say, hey, put something out there. So that requires us, because the world is different and news is instantaneous. And it's amazing how a little thing can inspire people to want to do something for the university. So we've got to talk about how we make history every day. And this is something I want you to remember. Southern University and A&M College make history every day. Every day. That's the motto I use at the Law Center, but that's the motto that applies to Southern University and A&M College. Because every day, one of our alum, one of our students is making. Our job is to promote that as something. They make history in small communities. They make history on large stages. So, for example, our drum line is going to be in performing in an event at the Super Bowl that's going to be televised tomorrow. Okay, we're going to be featured in a story on CBS Sports to talk about mental health for athletes. So, what we've got to do is we've got to promote that. Now, one of the things I have learned is that we have an active social media alumni system. Sometimes it doesn't bring good news, but it brings news. Now we got to convert that into positive news. We got to use that system to convert that into positive news. So that is why it's really important to recognize that we ought to be known for more than. And this is a great thing. I went to the Super Bowl several years ago in California, and I met an executive for a Big Four accounting firm. And he says, I know about Southern. Y'all got that great band. And I said, you know about the four alums that work for your company in places like Atlanta? And he said, really? And he started looking them up. It changed the perspective. Okay? So we do so many great things. I say this to folks, Howard is proud of Kamala Harris, and they should be, right? When people ask me, they think I'm going to say Kamala Harris, who's the most important African American woman in the U.S. today? I tell them it's Claire Babineau fault. Why? Because she leads Feeding America. Claire Babineau Fontenot, Feeding America, has been a lifeline for so many people who were food stamps during COVID and even after COVID. And she's a graduate of Southern University Law School. See, we have to honor, and we're not divided. In other words, oh, DR, ag. No, we're one. We are one. Okay? We are one. And our oneness is what makes us great.
Good afternoon. Supporters of Southern University athletics are very serious about their sports.
Absolutely.
What is your vision to help Southern University athletics have a successful athletic program as well as addressing aging facilities?
That requires money. So one, we got to ask our alums, you got to contribute more. We got to be frank about it. Our alumni giving is not where it needs to be. The thing is, we've got to figure out ways to generate that diverse revenue, sponsorships, through all kinds of things. I think the great thing in raising support, and more support, and there are other supporters. So that requires us to think about this. And the challenge is that athletics gets to be more and more expensive every year. You know, you think there's a divide in athletics now? When NIL came, the divide is going to be even greater. And when you see, think about this, the Pac-12 disintegrated in a little bit in a year, okay? That tells you there's a big challenge. But it's very important because athletics helps us with our students. In other words, students come for academics, they also want to have a social life. And athletic programs, well, I'm so proud of the basketball team. I watched them last play against Jackson State. And I saw the games that we won against teams that we aren't supposed to compete against, Mississippi State and some of those teams from the Power Five conference. And we've got a great basketball team, and we got a great basketball coach. And we got to figure out more ways to keep those kinds of people at Southern University. So it has to be a top priority. You know, Nick Saban says that football is the front porch of the University of Alabama. That's the front porch. Well, that's extremely important. So we can't ever ignore that, but we have to do more for our athletes. That's extremely important. We have to recognize that they are very valuable assets and they're very valuable people in our system. So we have to always focus on that. And at the same time, we have to recognize that if we want to have a great athletic program, we got to make the investment. Got
Yes, earlier in your presentation, you talked about us having to work through some obstacles and the negative impacts of working in silos and how it impacts our customer service. Would you please describe your experience successfully engaging staff? And what strategies would you utilize to increase the pride, participation, and customer service within the staff or campus at large?
Well, the first thing is you got to talk to people. You got to be willing to meet people where they are. You got to be a person that's approachable, and you've got to be able to figure out a way to help them in small ways that may not seem important, on a bigger scale, but it's the small ways. One of the things that I try to do, I always try to know people who do the little things that turn the lights on, that make sure everything is operating in the beginning. When we know who people are and we acknowledge them, we tell them what a great job they're doing, that really, really helps. We always have to recognize that we have to work well together. So when we know who those people are, we acknowledge them, when we try to figure out ways to help do better, earn better wages, get a better education, encourage them to try something different. And I tell you what, I've even said to some people, I have to say this sometimes, I can say that, You got two this place, so let me help you go somewhere else until you can come back. And that has worked. I've had people that left here who've gotten the relevant experience they need, and they come back, and they're really, really happy because now they can see what benefit of experience outside. So we got to talk about professional development. We got to think about all of the particular ways, and the division between faculty and staff sometimes I think is harmful. You know, I I really am very, very conscious. One of the best things we ever did at the Law Center is we took the faculty line and staff line and put it all together. Everybody eats in the same place. Everybody meets in the same place. We all play a very important role in how this university does. But one of the things I got a call this morning, the lady was saying that calls were being made to whatever, and they weren't being answered. And I said, "Well, who was making the calls?" And she said, "It's a group of people." Give me the list. She emailed me the list. I emailed her back. I got somebody make contact with these people. Talk to these people. I will talk to folks. Why? Because it's important to recognize that ability to talk to people, the ability to communicate is extremely important. We have to inspire people to really understand that they are the difference makers. Okay? I'm not the difference maker at Southern University. It's everybody else because most people are going to reach out to everybody else to deal with everybody else before they deal with me. If they come to me, I'm the last resort. So what we want to do is we want to empower people to make good decisions, but we've got to talk to them about what our goals are, what our ethos is. Okay? And that just requires lots of conversation. One of the things I've done since July, and I haven't been able to do it everywhere, but I've gone to the various colleges and departments, and I've had conversations. I had a conversation with college. I went to the school, Mandela. We arts, humanities, interdisciplinary studies. We've had conversations. We've broadened this idea of discussions about academic council because everybody affects academics with students. Student affairs and academic affairs are work hand in hand because we affect the success. And that's the ultimate student success is extremely important. There's no way we should have 40% of our students that are freshmen with grades of D and below. Two, below 2. No way. And when I heard about that, I was incensed. I also knew that we also had to have discussions with faculty to explain why that shouldn't be. It's not good for the student, but it's not good for us because we have a system where performance is an integral part of fun. The days when the state would just give us money are over. They're gone. I don't care who we Governor John Bel Edwards did a better job than the previous governor, but even then, the reality is those days are gone. So we have to realize we are an important part of the system where individuals make the difference. When we come here, we've got to know why. And the why has to be we want our students to succeed.
Yeah, Chancellor Pierre.
Yes.
There is a lack of administrative presence on campus. And some of the students who complain, for example, some of them never met the president. What would you show your presence on campus and meet with the students?
I walk the campus. You see me in the union. I'm there when they're eating the union. I'm there walking as much as I can. Now I think we got a cart, so we can go around campus. The ability to go and connect with students. Now, I'm at a luxury. On my day-to-day basis, before I became the executive vice president, I was in one building. All the students were in the building. Walking side by side. Hey man, how you doing? How's everybody doing in Inclusiville today? I know those students. So what we got to do is we've got to bring that presence, but we also have to have it go all the way down through the system. Deans have got to know their students. The chairs have got to know their students. Faculty members have got to. But we can set the example by saying, "Hey, you matter." Now you see that young lady right there? I know her. You know why? California. You know how I met her? I met her when I went to HBCU in LA. Her mother was helping run that program at HBCU in LA. And she said, I want to come to Southern. Remember that? And I said, you're coming to Southern. We're going to do whatever's necessary. And she had problems connecting with folks. But we said, she's coming to Southern. So it's that kind of attention. You got to recruit them one day at a time. One day at a time. We, for example, did not use ACT service where we could get students. Now we got scores of about 6,000 students, and we're going to contact those students. The same thing with graduate students. You got to personalize. If students don't know, care about them if you don't show them. You just can't make that. So it requires that presence. 10,000 steps, good exercise, good reason to do it.
Actually, talking about recruitment, that's very important for all of us. As a matter of fact, we all know the Board of Regents of Higher Education use recruitment, retention, and graduation rate as three of the key factors. So, you please more on your recruitment strategy, retention strategy, and increasing graduation rate strategy. And if what do you foresee that some new disciplines that offer that set us apart from other universities area?
Sure. So, as recruit, as I said, we've got to be more systematic, and we've done some great things. Dr. Anthony Jackson has done some great things so that we get more applications by using technologies like Slate and Forever, other things. And we're using the Black Common app and other tools to bring students in from the standpoint of them applying. Now, we again convert those admissions and then convert them into coming. What's one of the challenges we see? Housing. I tell you, I just learned a few months ago how many people we lost because we couldn't guarantee folks housing. Yeah, we have got to listen. That has got to be the top priority. We've got to increase housing on this campus. So that's one thing. Now think about it. Our problem isn't necessarily that we aren't recruiting students to come because again, we brought 1,756 new freshmen in this fall, and we had to hustle to get that, but we got that. But if 652 of them GPA of below 2.0, we're not going to retain those students. Okay? So what are some of the things we need to do? And some of the things we have. So we said to the college deans, we're going to break down these students with these GPAs that are less than optimal by college because of the declared major. And I have to give the deans credit. The deans have organized meetings with those students, okay, and with Dr. Alicia Ross, and we have figured out ways to reach those students. But we've got to monitor students early. Too many of our faculty are not using the tools that we're paying for, such as Navigate. Okay? Navigate gives us an early warning system. The athletic department uses an early warning system. If the athletic department pays attention and keep their students eligible and make sure that they are able to meet NCAA requirements, we're going to be able to do that for all of our students. So too many of our faculty members didn't use that tool, and we've gone out and we've talked to them about that. Also, what I call assessment tools. And we have an assessment tool that allows us to tell what students are, but we can't wait until midterm. We got to do that probably once a month to figure out where the students are. The third thing is this: students, not enough of them go to class regularly. We got to change that culture. It may be through policy, through a number of different things. And then students will say that faculty members don't go to class as much as they, okay? So that's the culture thing. Now, do we have enough academic support? Absolutely not. I mean, one of the things that I learned, we don't have enough academic support. We have to build in more academic support. But this is one of those things where we have to pay attention from the beginning. See, it's not just central administration's job and academic affairs job. That's a job at the ground level. When we see students that are struggling in the course, that's the position that a faculty member ought to say, wait a minute, something's happening. What's the reason? If the students aren't coming, then we can figure out a way to get students to come to class. If we don't have the students prepared, then we can do the things that are needed for those students to be prepared. So that requires a whole system approach because our graduation rate at 6 years is right at 30%. We do it. Our retention rate is at 60% first to second year. From first to third year, it's less than 50%. So those are indicators that we must improve in order to get to the bottom line. If we only look within 4 years, only 10% of our students are graduating. That's an atrocious number. And we have to be acknowledging that it is and that we can do better. And then we have to figure out ways to make better outcomes come. Now, we're not going to turn this overnight, okay? We're not going to turn this around overnight. We have to be focused on those particular outcomes to say that we are going to do better because it shows that we care. That's the real key. When we care, then we do the things necessary to get better outcomes.
I think this may be your last question.
Okay.
Our mission speaks to providing a global educational experience. Talk about providing international exposure for students.
Sure. So today we actually had a delegation from Senegal that was here today on campus. Dr. Carpenter uh, has opportunities for students to access international educational opportunities. We have experience learning opportunities. We're doing some things in Brazil. We're doing some things in the continent of Africa, Turkey. All those things are extremely important for our success. So we have ways through various organizations that we can expose our students to these international experiences. We actually had a group that came in December who really integrated well with our faculty, and there's follow-up with respect to that. So that requires us to be conscious of those opportunities that present themselves, and that requires us to say what is available and how do we encourage our students. So, for example, uh, I was in Salt Lake City, Utah. You talk about international travel. I was encouraging students to go do a fellowship in Salt Lake City. They looked at me like I was crazy. Salt Lake City ain't that far away. How do we get them to go to Botswana, all right? To places like that, to Senegal, all right? So but that's a mindset. You see, because in reality, when we make our students become aware of their global responsibility, fact that they can have a presence globally that changes their mind. So that's a question of marshaling resources, putting the dollars in international studies that we need to do, investing in those particular areas, but also encouraging people to take those risks. Because the State Department has for many years tried to come and recruit students from Southern University. I'm not sure if we have been as receptive to them as we should be. But that's a question of leadership at the top saying this is a priority.
Thank you so much, Chancellor Pierre. The crowd wants to. You, at this time, we will give you an opportunity for closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. Well, again, I want to thank you for investing the time. You know, about 10 years ago, roughly, a decision was made to collapse the position of president and chancellor. And I remember a few faculty senate members saying, we don't know if that's such a great idea, et cetera, et cetera. And they have been advocating to put the position of chancellor for the Southern University of A&M College back into our organizational structure. Well, the board has said, okay, we're going to agree to do that. But when we talk about that, then we have to think about how we're going to make this work well. No chancellor can succeed by themselves. It requires the whole team to be involved. Everyone has to do their part to make someone, whoever is chosen to be chancellor, be successful. A chancellor can inspire, a chancellor can lead, but folks have to be willing to follow. Okay? And what I think I will say to you is this. If I am chosen to be the chancellor, I will do my part. I will lead. I will inspire. I work harder than anybody else. I won't ask anybody to do what I'm not willing to do. Because we have to lead by example. But we also have to recognize that everyone in the organization has to understand the why. Why are we so important? We are important because we make a difference in this country. We are the source of inspiration for so many people. Most importantly, we are transformational agents. When people ask me, what do I do? I say I'm a transformational agent. That's what I do. Because how I do what I do should have one impact: transformation. We ought to be able to make people do what they thought they could not do, to be inspired to achieve goals they thought were not possible, that were not even in their imagination. We have to be able to see in people things that they don't see for themselves. And we have to be committed to making that happen. It is by faith that all of this happens. We are all people of faith. We believe in things that are not necessarily that seen. We believe that they can be accomplished. And so with that faith, we can be the change agents that God has ordained us to be. This is about a mission. If you are in higher education, you are a missionary. That's what you are. No matter what people tell you, you're a missionary because they don't pay you enough to do the things that you do. You could make more money doing other things, but you couldn't find more rewarding things to do. And our soul require us to do those things that are rewarding, that are essentially inspiring people to rise above what they think their capabilities are. That's what we ought to want to do each and every day. I thank you again for allowing me this opportunity to have this conversation with you. God bless you and have a great day.
All right, thank you so much, Chancellor Pierre. I think, I will tell you, we decided to forego your campus tour. We figured you might be familiar with the campus. Uh, But, I think maybe, media might have some questions for you and as well as the people here. All right, thank you so much.